Ready for this? Let's see. So if I understand this correctly, the audio here should be oh, wait. I see what we need to do. All right, so we should be... Where's the background music? Is this not it? Oh, you know what? I think I know what we have to do here. Okay, we're actually gonna... Okay, I'm gonna switch back and forth real quick. I'm over here to grab the musics. I'm gonna head back over here. I'm gonna paste it. And I'm gonna bring it down below here and then delete this one. Let's see. Yeah, this one. No. Alright, there we go. And then I'm going to delete the other one. Okay. And now I'm going to get rid of one of these background element things. Alright, let me see about getting rid of this background music here. Soundboard, yes. Brave background music, deleted. Okay, soundboard's on. That's on. Guest audio. I have no way... Code screen? Where's code screen at? Common? No. Preview. Okay, here's code screen. Properties. Remove, transform, order. Let's see, properties. Show cursor. Hide OBS from capture. Method display capture. Wait, we could take this over to... Okay, yeah, we want display capture. Okay. And I have no way to reorder this or delete it. Oh, unhide all. Let's see. All right, we're just gonna go right into it now. Okay, so y'all will have to let me know. Okay, that sounded good to me. Voice sounds good. Guest audio is empty. That might be a little high. Let me try to bring that down a little bit. Right around -40. Okay. All right. Well, it looks like the audio is about where I think I want it, at least. So somebody will have to let me know if that's good or not good. One thing that's really weird is that I don't have a separate way to control that anymore. I'm gonna check one more thing on here. So show full screen. Yeah, okay. Filters. Properties. Yeah, I don't have any way to take a look at that. I'm gonna add a filter to the code screen. I'm gonna take gain way down. And let's see, is there anything else I can do? 3-band equalizer, compressor, expander, invert polarity, noise gate, noise suppression. Okay, so I think that I'm good there. I think that I am safe to hide code screen. And I don't have a way to make guest audio. I think maybe I could just delete guest audio. I'm gonna see if I can delete guest audio here. I've been having so much trouble with the audio since some recent update. All right, we're just gonna delete guest audio out of there because we don't commonly use that. And that leaves me with soundboard on top. Now I can see everything in the main window here. All the sound controls are visible to me. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and get started. So the good news is there wasn't too much bit rot. So I was able to redo, and I'll do it again right now, just for effect here. So I was able to redo my demo, and by a sweet, sweet miracle, the demo still works. So if I go back over here, it goes through all the different bits of the demo. And we should see that it pops out at the end with sweet, sweet success. Did a minute ago. Scares the bejeebies out of me. Every time. It just feels so... I mean, I guess it shouldn't feel fragile, but all these debug messages make it definitely feel fragile. So, good news is we have good versions of everything published, but we need to get the documentation up to date. So, I'm going to go through... I'm just going to close out everything. We're just going to close out all this stuff. And we're just going to start from the top. I'm going to go through everything that we've done here. So we've worked with dash join, dash tx, those are the big ones. Dash hd, dash keys, dash phrase. Let's see if there's anything else that's updated recently. Dash join, dash tx, keys, hd. Oh, dash rpc. That's another one. And the rest of the stuff, I think these are sorted by, let's see, sort by last update. Yeah. Okay, so dash keys and dash HD and then dash RPC. All right, cool. So let's just take a look at any pending pull requests. This one we can't even look at right now. This one's just all out of whack. We got to pretty much nuke it. Okay, by nuke it, I mean we're just going to rewrite the history. We're going to have a very clean v0.1, I think. Yeah, it's okay. Workaround. Don't require priv keys to match for now. This one, we get rid of this. So number 60 has been tested. Maybe saying it's ready is a little bit rough. Let's see, what do we have in here? Close out various old issues. All sig hash stuff needs to be refactored. Part of number 60 and prior PRs. So close that out. Let's see. I don't know about that one yet. This is still new. This one, we need the flag. Did we have the flag for -TX? Yeah, we've got... I'm going to leave that one open for now. Move -CLI, TXCLI to its own repo. Add other TX inspectors. Oh, we just want to document them? Whatever. Migrate from base 58 check with dash keys. Let's check on that one. Minor issues there. All right. I think the SIG script one that we might still have like one little thing to do there. Yeah, TXID is going to be taken out before 1.0. All right, so we got 17 commits in here, which I think is, is worth it. It's a big change. It started out not being that big, but it ended up being big. But each of the individual commits can be looked at and can be understood. But as a whole, it's a lot. So I think the main thing that we need to do here is just worry about the documentation, because some things did change. Let me see if I can look. Yeah, I think the documentation is the number one thing we need to focus on here in -TX. And I'll try to be quick about this. So I almost don't want to call this create raw. I want to call it create request, because create raw doesn't really define as what it is. It is, when you're creating a raw transaction, you're basically creating a query that one or more parties can fulfill. You're creating a request, and you could send that request to your own wallet, and then your own wallet will do a bunch of stuff under the hood to produce a signed signature. But the whole idea about the transaction request is that you can pass it around. I think that a lot of it's kind of silly, but it can be done. Okay. But some things that we need to look at here. At the top level, I want to see... Well, actually, let me just... I'll put this. Can we get... Okay, good. We can get some good color in here. All right. So let's see, how was I suggesting to use this before? All right, we got key utils. Yeah. Inputs, outputs, TX info. I don't know if we ever do the script stuff here. Script stuff, we got to figure out what that should be named. That's one of the things. It's one of the things. Let's see. I don't know if I ever set up. Huh. Your wallet key map goes here. Well, what was the other one called? Your wallet key data goes here. Okay. Let's see if we can just get that one fixed. So. All right. Okay, so we got that one. And there's probably a few things like that. I don't want to spend all night on it, but I do want to make sure that things are the way that they should be. Okay, so we've got to hash and sign all. And I think that that remains the same. I think that this is still accessed in the same way that it was before. txinfo.transaction, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I'd want to double check that, but I don't think that that really changed. I kind of would like to make the signature type required. Well, I guess we can't do that because each input can be signed individually. That's why we can't do that. And I don't remember where sig hash type comes from. Because what I would prefer to do, I'm going to open this up in the bike shed issue. Or was that somewhere else? All right, no pull requests in Dash RPC, or no, we do. Switch promise saying that, okay. And this is, I'm actually gonna, I'm gonna tag this as like waiting feedback or something. What we got here? Oh, yeah, that's one of the things we need to do is we got to replace the nodisms to get this to work. Yeah, so I'm just going to get this to a point right now where maybe someone can pick it up in the future. Hopefully that someone is me. Depends on how the vote goes. But just to round this out, I'm just getting it to a point where it's like, hey, the thing works and there's enough documentation to reasonably be able to use this. Update option version, handle testnet magic bytes. Okay, this has been done. Oh, that one I still want to see that happen. The last bike shed. Okay. So I'm just putting a comment on that one. Okay, derive path should be able to return HT key. Maybe. Use to usage. Yeah, that one needs to happen at some point. Okay. So we're doing pretty good here. We just need to, just like I said, we just need to finalize some of the names. We need to make sure that all the exports that we want to document are documented, because I think there's a few more that ought to be documented that have not been documented yet. Let's see, there's key utils. Example, TX info. So sig hash type. I definitely want to document the sig hash all, sig hash anyone can pay. I don't think the sig hash single worked out. It's like sig hash none. I mean, some of these just, they don't make sense. They just don't. Okay. Need to update all instances of TXID uppercase need to be replaced with TXID lowercase. That was just a goofo. You do it functions. I think key utils is what we're calling that, right? Our utility functions. All of these. Okay, we need to document serialize. That's one of the important ones. Oh, we need to document parse. So serialize, parse, sig hash all, anyone can pay. Let's go ahead and look at the README there. I'm just going to get rid of some of these old ones here. Some of these new old ones. These were things I was using while I was going through various PRs and stuff. Okay, so this all needs to be documented a little bit higher up. And I'm not going to document sig hash single because it's just so stupid. Okay, that one we're not going to do. I think the default should be anyone can pay. Let me think about that for a second. As long as the money makes it to the right place, what do I care who pays? I'm thinking about that one. Why would I care about the order of the inputs? I don't think I do. You know what? That needs to happen. Anyone can pay needs to be the default. That also I would consider to be a matter of security, because you don't want to have different signatures signify different things. So I'm going to go with tx.sighash default equals anyone can pay, or, I mean, all or anyone can pay. Okay, let's make sure this is switched in the right place. All, none. All right, that looks good to me. By the way, I saw The Fall Guy today, and it is the best action comedy I've seen in years. Maybe ever. It may be the best action comedy ever. Action rom-com. All right. I wonder if I could get those to go back. I probably can't. Well, maybe I could... Alright, git commit -m. Okay, do I have any... What is this? Sig hash type hex. Maybe we should swap this out to sig hash type. Sig hash type. Okay, so hash partial is gone. Is that what we're up against now? I guess what I should look at is... Let's see what our exports are. And I think that somebody was saying that the dust, it can actually be a variable value, but we're just going to leave it there for now. I mean, somebody could change it somehow. We could add an option for it. Okay. So we'll have create input raw. Okay. Create for sig. Create input for sig. Okay, serialize. Let me go check what serialize actually is real quick. Okay, I see. Hmm. There we go. Oh, and I think we still can have that. We can't have that one if I remember this correctly. All right, tx.serialize equals, and the only difference between these two is going to be the name. There we go. Oh my. What was this one griping about? Let's see. I wish I knew where. So there's a faster. Scroll faster! Scroll faster! Scroll faster! I need to know. Oh, I forgot that I was watching this because I just, I'm scrolling for the feels like for the sake of scrolling. I don't Did I miss any errors? I forgot for a moment that the reason I was scrolling was to see the errors. I am now watching for them, but I maybe missed 100 lines or so. Okay, what's this? All right, cool. All right, so create for SIG. That's fine. Create for input. Or create input for SIG. Serialize, good. Create input raw. Serialize inputs. Serialize input. Serialize outputs. Serialize output. All right, and then create donation output. Let me go check that out real quick. Do we have some in here? No, we don't. Okay. It's kind of important. Get ID. I don't remember what hash partial did. Oh, there we go. Create donation output. And it could be message or memo, right? Yeah, okay. coins of any type, inputs or outputs. Let me make sure about that double SHA. Yeah, okay. Okay, TX bytes. Get private key, get public key, sign. Okay, yeah. There we go. Or I guess, no, that makes sense to leave it like it is. Or just shorten it. There we go. We're not sure it's useful for. Seemingly nothing. Okay. Okay. Now we get rid of that option there because we don't need it. All right, what we can say about this is When are we getting a wallet we can use for Dash? You know, with private send. So that it really is going to be up to the MNO's vote. You know, like if they vote for it, it's going to happen. If they don't vote for it, it's not going to happen. So if you're interested in that vote or you want to share that vote, then let's see. Let me see if I can find it. It's on Dash Central. I'm not really good at navigating this thing. I couldn't even figure out how to get signed in. Yeah, I mean, if they don't vote for it, it's not going to happen. I'm finishing this up. Like, this was the proof of concept. I'm finishing up the documentation on it so that in the future some developer can pick it up, which hopefully is me. But like, that money is spent. So if they want it, if they want CoinJoin in a web wallet, we're at the cusp of it, right? Like the demo that I showed is, I mean, it's a significant amount of work. Like it is the bulk of the work. So what's remaining is the integration. The actual figure out all of the bits of the protocol is done. That's all done. I'm finishing up documentation on it tonight and publishing a new version with the documentation. And I believe that the documentation is, well, like it's literally the best documentation in existence. Well, you know, all the documentation out there is bad. It's not that this is really, really great. It's so complex. There's so much to it. It's really hard to do a good job on the documentation because it's not like you're documenting a couple of interactions. It's like you're documenting an entire system. It's huge. It's a big deal. But, and this code is the simplest code that exists out there. You cannot find any code that is simpler than this. It is broken down along the most logical delineations. And I mean that in a literal mathematical sense. Like it is broken down in the most logical way with practicality in mind, because we don't want to break things down smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller to nothingness ad nauseum. But what I mean is, this is an SDK that is a complete SDK that's very small in size and that has distinct components. Dash phrase, dash keys. So dash phrase is just the components that deal with the seed phrase. Dash keys deals with the private keys, the public keys, the encodings. Dash HD deals with the hierarchical aspect of the wallet. Everything can be used independently with any other library, and any of it can be used together. Now, I say with any other library, that would mean any other library that is not doing really weird stuff. So all of this is just using either bytes or hex or plain objects. So any of these can be consumed by any other library. Some of the other libraries are extremely complex and have very vast hierarchies. This is very flat. But anyway, this whole system of stuff, whenever they want it, it will be in a state that it can be picked up very quickly and moved forward with. But when is it going to be user-friendly? What do you mean by that? So the thing that's not user-friendly about it is Dash Core, right? Because it was written by high school kids using their like Linux class for UI frameworks. You know, like it wasn't developed intentionally on purpose, right? Because Dash Core is Bitcore. Dash didn't create Dash Core. You know, the college kids. Did I say high school? I meant college. The college kids that, you know, they were just using what's the UI kit called? GTK. It's like for homework. It's like that's why it's so ugly. Is it's literally a thing people use for homework. Like when you have to take your college class and do a chess game, they'll have you do your chess game in GTK. That's why Dash Core is so ugly. The experience of CoinJoin in of itself is just a background process. There's no need for the user to really be aware of it. So, could we have it in a user-friendly way? Yes. I think a lot of people don't want it to be a user-friendly way, though. And I think, well, my personal opinion is that CoinJoin is absolutely the wrong approach. There are a number of security vulnerabilities that if we just fix them, and I've outlined this in several dips, and I've talked about it on the Dash Incubator Weekly, and I've brought it up where I can. But if we just fix the security vulnerabilities, there's no need for CoinJoin whatsoever. It's superfluous. Because what it's trying to do is say, well, instead of fixing the security vulnerabilities, let's add another layer on top. And my suggestion is, well, no, how about we just fix the security vulnerabilities? We know what they are. They're documented. Some of them have already been fixed in BIPs, but the BIPs were never implemented either in Bitcoin or in Dash. But anyway, like most of these things, the security vulnerabilities were known. It's just somebody has to, they have to be implemented. And it's not that big of a deal. I've outlined it in there's a couple of dips that are related to each other, and I've outlined how we can fix the vulnerabilities individually. But that said, that would be the best way. Because the idea that like people need to opt in to CoinJoin or not, and like CoinJoin transactions look like CoinJoin transactions, but they don't look like regular transactions, and CoinJoin was never finished either. So the CoinJoin send was supposed to be, and I think that they may not have done this for regulatory reasons, because I think that there's some aspect of CoinJoin is just, it's like, I don't think it's a good solution, but I think that it is, because in particular, any solution that you have, you have to apply it broadly. You can't just say, well, Joe's going to use it and Sally's going to use it, and magically their problems are going to disappear. No, it either needs to be adopted at the network level or not. And since it's something that has to be adopted at the network level, it has to be adopted in every wallet, what if we just fix the security vulnerabilities and then we don't have to do CoinJoin? And it looks pretty similar. Like the way the transactions look, if we fix the security vulnerabilities, the transactions look pretty similar, except with, and my proposal is also, I intuited this, but I didn't know it until someone pointed it out to me and referenced one of these mathematical principles. The most mathematically efficient denominations is to have 3 denominations. And that is, as I proposed, wholes, doubles, and halves. So 1, 5, and 2. 2 is a double, 1 is a whole, and then 5 is actually 0.5, but because it's a sliding scale, you can't, there's no distinction between the orders of magnitude. 5 just looks like 5. You don't have to think about it as 0.5. You either have 1 1, 2 1s, or 5 1s, but really what that is half of a 10. And then you have 1 10, 2 10s, or 5 10s, but what that really is half of 100, and so on. And this is actually mathematically the most efficient system that you can have. You cannot have a more efficient system because it's got your 3 choices, and it's dealing with a logarithmic scale across any order of magnitude. Where can I find the security vulnerability? You can just look. So I can bring up the dips. Hold on. Well, it's like, why would this information about your transactions be published in the first place? Right? That's the question you got to ask. Why would we need CoinJoin? Why would that information be exposed? So I don't know. Here we go. So here's one. This one was fixed with BIP 69. lexicographical indexing of transaction inputs and outputs. So that various software on the Dash network is yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. So I've talked about that. But I actually, unfortunately, in one of my examples, I copied the wrong thing because, you know, all of these TX IDs and addresses, when you're looking at a list of them and you're trying to copy and paste to show it exactly, I'd have to go through and do it again to select the right ones because I actually selected some of the wrong ones. But anyway, like, there's no argument to be had here because this has already been, like, the reason, the BIP explains it adequately, right? Like, we need to apply the BIP adequately explains the vulnerability. It adequately explains the solution. And my dip is to say, hey, why don't we actually do what the BIP says and like enforce it? Because if you don't enforce it, then the thing is you have to enforce the stuff across the network. Okay. Anyway, stamp denominations. So what CoinJoin does is it has, it's like this cutesy sliding 10001 thing. It's used like a pattern. Just get away with that because it doesn't help anybody. Instead, what you do is you take the nanos, the dust, the nanos. You take the nanos and you just attach those to coins in a way that those coins are self-spendable. So you don't have a situation where in order to spend the smallest denomination, you actually have to spend two of the smallest denominations because you need to be able to have the change available to send it. And then on the receiving side, the other thing is that if you're not using the HD wallets on the receiving side, you're unmixing the coins all the time anyway. So if you just use, like, we already have HD wallets, we've had HD wallets for a long time. We need to be using HD wallets on both ends. You send with an HD wallet, you receive with an HD wallet. That just needs to be implemented across the board. If you send and receive with an HD wallet, you apply BIP 69 and you use the nanos instead of doing it the way that CoinJoin does, where the nanos are like sliding back and forth so that you either have to spend too much or you don't have enough to spend. You just stamp all coins with the nanos that are spendable nanos. So instead of saying it's going to be 1000001 and then slide that back and forth, you say, well, what do I need to do in order to spend on a transaction? Well, roughly I need about 200 nanos. Well, I guess it's technically 2,000 nanos, but the last digit isn't there. So 200 decananos or whatever you want to call it. So anyway, yeah. So you have those just embedded in the coin whenever they're sent or received, and then you also get rid of the 0.999999871 problem, or is it 781 whatever. You get rid of that problem too. Where can we find a vote to fix the security vulnerabilities? I have no idea. I'm not a politician. I am an engineer. Maybe you could say computer scientist. I don't know if I want to take on that hat. I'll take on engineer. I'm not a politician. So it is in my realm to make recommendations. It is not within my realm to create a movement. So, like, I can tell you the reality of the situation, and you can like it or you can not like it. And there is an aspect of human psychology which I think some of these people miss. You know, like with the CoinJoin, with the sliding 1000001. You know, like somebody did that because it was cute. Somebody did that because it's like, oh, well, I can do a pattern match, and then I can divide by 1000001, and then I can know if something fits one of these 5 patterns. Or you can just enumerate all 5 of them, you know? Like, the idea that you would on the high end throw away something that is almost large enough that you could buy something with, and on the low end, you always have to spend an extra whole unit like somebody didn't think through the human psychology of the way people spend. And also, you know, like if you spend 10 or more, then all the privacy is null and void. Well, because there's only one unit, that's incredibly inefficient. So you can never actually send a transaction that doesn't take 10 coins unless it is, you know, a very specific transaction. Whereas if you do the doubles, wholes, and halves, this is the nature of math. Like, even though math is something that we invented, that's the nature of it. Like, you deal with doubles, wholes, and halves, and that's, in all of human history, that's what people do. Because people also, I mean, the reason we derived math the way that we did comes from, you know, this evolutionary perspective of, we can't necessarily quickly count 152, but we can quickly tell this army is twice the size of that army, or you know, the number of lions over here is half the number of lions over there. Well, I mean, yeah, it's really difficult though, right? Because here's the thing, know that I'm not just full of crap. And the thing is, you can't know. The only way that you can know that I'm not full of crap is if you understand this stuff. And if you understand this stuff, then you know, like, you're at a different level. And then people will argue against me, right? Because I'm the right amount of smart and stupid. Because if you get an IQ that's too high, people start to lose touch with reality. And if you get an IQ that's too low, people operate too much off of intuition and not enough off of logic. And so you got to have like that balance, right? So there's a lot of people in the Dash community that are much smarter than me. But the problem is, when you get above, I don't know where the line is, but, you know, like 140, 150, you know, somewhere towards genius, people lose touch with reality and they can't make simple decisions anymore, right? And they spend 8 years creating a storage engine that no one needs. But, you know, if you go too low, you know, you're honestly, you know, probably average, you know, 100 or below, maybe even a little bit above average. It's difficult to make logical decisions, because you just like for example, the whole idea of stepping over dollars to pick up pennies. You know, people intuitively can feel a sense of loss, and so they can do something that is to their detriment. And we all do this regardless of, you know, level of intelligence. Everybody does this, right? We all are subject to emotion and to intuition. And intuition sometimes really helps us, but sometimes intuition really hurts us. And so you have to be at a level where you can put your intuition aside and evaluate something critically, but also not be at the level where you can't use intuition at all, because you know, like, so there's this finite range of people, and but then you know, people that are really intuitive are often really good salespeople, and they're really good at doing the politicking. And sometimes they could be, you know, genius level as well. But like, people that are more intuitive are going to be better at politicking. People that are logical typically going to be worse at politicking. And in order, you know, group dynamics. Yeah, well, losing touch with reality is the whole world. I mean, I can't explain it, and I'm in the minority, right? But if I don't know how old you are, but you might remember about 10 years ago, websites worked. About 10 years ago, if you went on a website and you put in your email address and clicked submit, it worked. Or if you went on a website and you wanted to buy something, you could go on a website where something was for purchase, and you could put in your credit card and click next and get through, and it would work. You'd be able to buy the thing. Nowadays, it's a total crapshoot. You know, there's a handful of sites that work, but most of them have, you know, really weird bugs where it's like, I got to try a different browser. I got to do it on a different phone. I have to go get my computer. It only works on a tablet, you know? I mean, the way that I see it, it's not just Dash. It's the whole world is crazy when it comes to technology. there are very few people that are able to navigate that middle ground where they can make smart decisions that work. Anyway. Let me finish this sentence I was in the middle of writing here. All right, create a transaction hex either in a raw request or that is ready to broadcast, that is signed and ready to broadcast to the network. Okay, let me do this. So, anyway, I toot my own horn a bit, but no one else is going to do it for me. And like I've worked. One of the eye-opening experiences I had was I worked for a company where I was their most senior Golang developer, and it was like I figured it out very quickly. You know, within a few weeks of working there, I was like, oh. I'm the most senior person on the team here. But being able to explain that to other people was actually really hard. Not to explain that I was the most senior person, but explaining the senior level concepts. Explaining like, okay, no. We need to do it this way because this is the way that's designed, and this is where, you know, we're going to have the path of least resistance, and these are the constraints, and it was very difficult. And I kind of, at the end, I just gave up. And I did the minimum necessary to not get fired. I just like, I took a couple of tasks off the board, I do them, and then I just wait for somebody else to be ready to do the next thing. And it was very depressing. Okay. And in a sea of unseasoned developers, management can't tell who's a seasoned developer. And we have more developers every day and fewer of them who know what they're doing. Was that company AT&T? No, it was not. That probably... Yeah. No, it wasn't. Okay, so create a transaction hex. Oops. Okay, let me do this for a second, then I'll come back to check comments. Okay, non-target inputs will either be omitted, anyone can pay, or nulled out. What's up, India? Oh, you know what? This is just... Hold on, I'll get to comments in a minute. I gotta... serializes a transaction as hex, appending the sig hash type in as required for signing. Okay. I'm gonna get this. Get this. All right, create sign, create for sig. Did I describe that right? Each input. Okay. That index will contain its lock script. Okay, I think that's correct. All right. You like the new background. So the background is not... I don't think that the background's different. Well, let's see. I moved... So there's the ladder. Used to be on the other side, but I moved it over here because I'm growing some algae in jars in the top level. And so and because the AC needed to be on this side, I moved that ladder over there. But other than that, it's the same. And then the algae lights are on, and the algae lights are pretty bright. So they'll go off in a bit, and then you'll just see the normal purple light. But it's pinkish because of that. Comcast. So, anyway. I don't know how I would design an internet money. I don't think I would design it this way. Well, okay, I definitely wouldn't do proof of work. That I get why. I don't get why the Bitcoin people stick with something that's so anti-Bitcoin, because as you're probably aware, Dash seemingly is the most Bitcoin coin that there is, which I guess is why there's like this uber love for it, not wanting to drop the Bitcoin name from all the Dash repos and all that stuff. But yeah, it was supposed to transition into something else. I haven't actually read the paper. I'm just saying all this second or third hand or whatever. But Dash actually did it. Okay. All right, so I think this is about as complete as we're going to get it. But I had to break this down much further in order to do the CoinJoin stuff. Before the CoinJoin stuff, I wasn't exposing all of these intermediary functions. But I'm glad that I'm doing that, because that does make the code easier to read. All right, and let me see what we've got here. I need to check on the hash and sign input. I'm not ready to priv bytes tx info. I don't know if I'm ready to lock that one down. I guess I ought to be. Alright. One thing that I know is we got rid of... Whoops. We got to get rid of all the hash partial. I think we've almost done that. I need to double check on that. So let me put that in my to-do real quick. Nix hash partial. We've got the parse in there. Alright, I'm going to call that. Let's see, what else do I want to do here? Okay, so this one, sig hash type. Or is tx.transaction? I don't think that's right. Oh, okay. No. This one is saying... Okay, so... I think this is just double SHA 256. We shouldn't put in the sig hash type. Question is, do we need... I'm not sure whether or not... Sig hash type hex. Where did we get that from? Oh, so I think this is right. We got to go the other way on this one. We got to do tx bytes. We got to do hex to bytes on that. And then that needs to be bytes. Okay, cool. So that should still work then. Okay. Oh, there's one other piece of information I want to put in here. And that's the parse unknown. I'm going to put it down with create raw down here. And I'm going to say parse a transaction hex, which may be a raw request, ready to sign, a ready to sign transaction, or a ready to broadcast transaction. There we go. Yeah, I wanted that to be in there. And that's the last of the documentation, I think. At least, I mean, that's the bulk of it. And update for latest APIs. And then this one, we should run a inspect on this. All right, still working. That's good. I wonder, do we have... Yeah, we got sig hash all right there, so that's good. What else do we have? We have the DSF TX broadcast. Let's try the broadcast transaction. Make sure broadcast still works. Broadcast looks good. And so these each come with the ID of the transaction that they are... So we don't actually have what they're saying. Anyway, let me also do this. We're not going to output JSON. Let's take a look. Looks good. Okay, and then sig hash any. Looks good. And then let's look at that TX broadcast again as well. Okay, looks good. Okay, so let's take a look at the to-do, and then I think this one's done. So we got the serialize, we got the parse, we got the sig hash all, anyone can pay, we nix hash partial. So let's get rid of that to-do. And yeah, I think that means, let's go ahead and push that. We're going to do, let's see, git log. npm run bump. I'm going to go with minor again on this. Actually, here's what we'll do. Okay, so I'm going to take... Can we do that? No, we can't do that, can we? All right. Let's take all that. Raw, hashable, signed. Okay. I'll take that one out. All right, that's good. And then all right, let's make sure that this is right still. Because this could have gone wrong. All right, that one's good. That one's wrong. That one's wrong. That one's wrong. That one's wrong. Okay. Okay, and then this is good. And then I'm going to go back here. And then I'm just going to drop this last one. npm run bump patch. Get push tags, blah, 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 blah. Wait. Oh, okay. Some refs failed to update. That's fine. I know what to do there. Okay. Okay. Git switch. All right, and then npm run bump minor. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and open this one up. Oh, I meant to open it up here. Let me go do that. I open that up here. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and close out this pull request. So this one. All right, let me go ahead and open that up. All right, verified. Right. Although legacy software typically sends all plus anyone can pay is required for CoinJoin, and it leaks, but, and more importantly, it doesn't leak unnecessary information about the transaction characteristics. Namely, it doesn't dictate that the transaction must have been a single wallet transaction, or that the and leaves the possibility Actually, I don't want to say that. Since multi-wallet transactions are supported, there doesn't seem to be a good reason. Doesn't seem to be a... There we go. And I'm just going to go ahead and pull this in, and that's how we're going to do it from now on. There is a slight possibility that we'll need to revert that. But I don't think so. Oh. Oh, right. Progress is not complete yet. Oh, what time is it? It's only 10:36. Great. Some checks were not successful. All right, let's run them. Oh, I know it's not going to work. So the one that's failing, the memo, the reason it's failing is because the bytes are slightly different. So let's go ahead and run this. Because we're changing the default here. So I think what we ought to do in this memo test is we ought to change the sig hash type to tx dot sig hash all. Let's see if there's anywhere else. Oh, no, we don't need that for the memo output. Memo output can't be spent, so we don't need that information. Sig hash all signed transaction. Okay, so I suspect that now all of them should pass. No? All right, then I think we actually do have a problem. So let's see. Right. All right, I'm gonna pop this open and see if I can find out where these are different. My guess is they have a different signature, but they shouldn't have a different signature because I specified that the input here is sig hash type. So let me go check when the inputs are passed into hash and sign all. Let's go take a look at that real quick. Hash and sign all. So we got the TX draft going in. No, we got sig hash type. Okay, sig hash type. All right, we're sorting the inputs. Get the private key, hash and sign, sig hash type. Ah! All right, good. Discovered a bug here. Excellent. So well, actually, maybe not. Hash and sign input. Sig hash type should be input sig hash type or sig hash type or sig hash default. So let's just throw this in here real quick. Console.log debug sig hash type. And create for sig hash type. There, let's see, what could have gone wrong here? All right, where's my debug? Debug 129. Let's try this. I think the sig hash type is not being carried through as the inputs are being copied somewhere. So we're going to see 1 and 81. So the question is, all right, hash and sign. How many inputs were there? Let me go back. Inputs. All right. All right, let's see if we get 0 both times. We get 0 both times. Okay. So what I want then is new error.stack. Okay, show me where is this coming from. Hash and sign all. Okay, 137, 106. So let's take a look at the difference between 106 and 137. Your 106 is where it's going wrong. It looks like. Nope, that's not the right thing. 106. TX info. Ah. All right. Okay, good. Passes. Great. And with that, I'm actually going to update this because this is great. So actual is what we got, and we should update that for this one. Excellent. Okay, so now we're testing both paths. So our test is better than it was before. And we fixed a minor bug. Now, what way do we go about this? Did we fix a minor bug? Was there a minor bug? Was there actually a bug? I don't think there actually was a bug. We just hadn't been testing it properly before. What the heck? Oh, right. So go back 1, 2, 3. I'm so confused. Oh, whoops. I guess there's no need to push because we didn't actually make any code changes other than the test, so meh. All right. So checks should complete, and then we should be go, and then I will bring that other one in and publish the final version. And there's no code differences in this when we push it, because our file section doesn't include the test. Yeah. So, with no code differences, we should be safe to git tag v0.18.0. And I think that we already had that version published. So let me just double check over here. Yeah, so there's not going to be any difference in the published file between the two. Eh. And I'm gonna let that one slide because that's also not included. Well, it's not included because reasons. Okay, so git switch main, git rebase ref sig hash default. And then I'm expecting a git push will work. All right, checks all pass. Tests all pass. Hit it, get it, and go. All right. Let's just check dependencies real quick. Doesn't look like we had anything to worry about there. Okay. Ah. Ice zone. Always a pleasure. All right, that's it. I'm done with it. Perhaps forever. Hopefully not, but perhaps. All right, documentation's done. Feel good about it. Just trying to think, in what situation would it be bad if someone decided to pay on your behalf? Because, okay, so here's what can happen with an anyone can pay. With an anyone could pay, it's possible, I'm going to put that in air quotes, that someone could see your transaction, swipe your inputs, and then pay on your behalf to the party that you intended to pay. The party doesn't know ahead of time which of your inputs you would use, so that party is not going to be able to really tell one way versus the other. They just get paid. And if the person completely pays, I don't know. I think that it's somewhere along the lines of adding coins to a coin that's currently going through a coin join transaction, which is to say that I think it's chaotic. It's chaotic neutral. Well, that one is a little bit more chaotic negative. This one's a little bit more chaotic positive. But I don't think that there's... If somebody can explain to me how this can result in something negative, I'll hear it. But I can't see anything negative going on. You could basically just have a good Samaritan pay part of your bill for you if they're able to get your transaction from the mempool, and before it gets confirmed, put in their own transaction in which they spend their money to pay the people that you wanted to pay, and get that instant locked before yours is. It seems like it's not going to happen. I mean, I guess it could if they were really, really aggressive in broadcasting it out to a lot of nodes. So, you know, say they broadcast it out to 10 nodes. They happen to listen on the one that gets it in the mempool. They happen to be part of that group, and then they just spam it as if they were the originator. But again, it's at worst, I would say the behavior could be non-deterministic in the sense that you might expect a particular transaction ID, but get a different one. Okay. Let's see. All right. Oh, one other thing that I wanted to do in the documentation. Let me do this before I forget. Right, npm run bump patch. What? Oh no. Okay, no, that is tagged. Ah, crap. All right, so somehow whoops. All right. That's the last one then. Okay, open the browser, touch the button, press the key, make it go. And then git switch main as soon as those checks pass. Cool, everything passes. All right. So this is the last one. Come on. There we go. Passes. Boom. All right, that's it. So now we move on from this entirely. Okay. All right, that's it. We're done. Let's have a little fanfare for that. It's over. Okay. Budget. Hmm. Okay, replace node-isms with JavaScript. Okay, that's non-issue. Dash phrase. Okay, dash keys. Dash HD. Dash TX. Dash join. Alright, we're down to dash join. And we're going to have to basically... for historical reasons, we'll keep these in, and then we're just going to wipe stuff out for the proof of concept. I want to pen this, and I'm going to close it. Right. Let's see, pin issue. Roadmap to MVP. Okay. Goodbye, Dash TX. Okay. How do we get this documentation together? Current challenges. All right, so. Oh. So one thing I'd like to do is get a Webby... I'd like to get Webby installers for all of this. Webby installer for Docker, Webby installer for Dashmate, and maybe even a Webby installer for Dash Reg Test. All right, we don't need to do any of this deboot stuff anymore. Let me get rid of all that. Although it would be good to do this all over on a new instance from start to finish. I don't really have the time for that right now, though. I'd love to come back and do that. Because there are some things that may have happened as part of the process. Um... Okay, so what have I done here? Hey, I did spell it right. Build tools, Docker, Dashmate. Let's change the name of this. April 1st. What a joke! Okay. I don't think that's really relevant. Oops. Oh. The thing is, I don't actually remember how I loaded up any of these addresses with money. Oh! Oh, that happens automatically. Okay. All right. So the one command that I need to remember, though, is that one that advances the block. Or is it generate to address or something like that? Okay, let's do this. Let's Oh, I gotta skip past this one. I don't like it. Ooh, that one test file. That's going to be a big one. Wait, did this include tests? Yeah, it does. Okay. All right. Let's go see if I can grab this. Who's this? Oh, let's see if we can get this reproducible. See if we can get me to bed. Okay. Well, while that's doing that. Let's see. Dash TX. Like serialize, maybe? Okay. Okay, which one of these is not passing? Let's see what we can find here. Oh. CJ full, huh? Alright, well, there you go. Can I at least get, like what line was wrong? Oh, there it is. 134. Yay! Accept the risks of installing these packages. Considering that you presented me with no risks, I guess so. Okay. All right. So what I need to do here... Okay, this was all kind of tied in a bow, so let's go ahead and just... Okay. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Oh. No. Okay. Okay, and then where... Let's see if we can just get this one off of... What was the other one? It's not fixed bootstrap, but it's... util cleanup. Let's see here. Since these are so different, how in the world could we ever reconcile them? Thank heavens we have a tool like diff that can help us solve these difficult problems. Oh, they're identical. Good thing we didn't accidentally merge those the same. Which do you want to accept? These same bytes or these other same bytes? All right. Oh. Okay, generate to address. That's something that we legitimately need. Let's see. So we have our fixtures. I probably had too many of them. Let's see. Oops. Oh. All right, what am I doing next? Let's make sure that tests still pass. Oh, whoops. Hey-oh! Excellent. Okay. right, what's dev all about? Uh, where is the generate to address? How do we do this? How do we create the wallet? What if I just run generate to address here? Is this going to work? Okay. How about if I just do dash CLI generate to address? How did I create a user? Local seed. Okay. All right, so we can create wallet foo. Okay, cool. So this is useful. Okay. Feed proof of concept. Okay. There we go. Oh, that's weird. How is that? Oh, whoops. 2 and 1. There we go. Interesting. Oh, whoops. Alright, let's try this rsync stuff again. There we are. What? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, readme's missing. Okay. And what else? Ben? Mm. Okay. Okay, so Seems like that's taken a little while. Okay. You... Alright, so there we are. Okay, let's get this stuff moved over a little bit. Let's see. Just a bunch of junk commit messages. Let's see. All right, let's see. We add fixtures. Okay, there we go. Just make sure all this still works. And we don't panic. All right. Okay. So I'm going to move all this stuff out of dev to here. All right, so there's a few things that are common to all three. That's just fine. Okay. And then anywhere that we have /dev/, we just need to replace that with /, right? Oh no. Uh okay, that's fine. Excellent. Okay. Too many statements, eh? No. Oh no. And there is some way to suppress this. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but we have a way to suppress so that we only get a fail when it is the actual things. But for right now, what we're going to do is we are just going to take the TSC out of there. Oh, do we have this in there twice? Okay, okay. Surprised that this didn't actually have some sort of air. Hmm. Oh, okay. So standard denominations map. Okay. So it's starting to look a little cleaner. All right. Okay. Some of the functions turn a whole message. Others. Reciprocal. But they should be. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Let's see here. Oh no. Well, weird. Parse version. Well, what's ultimately the version then? Let's see. Oh, this isn't parsing. It's a parse. Okay, so I think the problem here is that parse version is its own thing rather than having the parse header. Is that right? Oh, no, it really is its own whole message type, huh? I think there's something here that's not quite right in terms of this is parsing more than just the version. Yeah, I don't think this is quite right. Oh no, you've got a good app idea. That sounds dangerous. Tell me more. Video chat channels that are always open. Like a telephone in the old days, where you'd call someone and you just kind of leave it open just to kind of feel like you're together even though you're apart. Yep. I like it. The problem is bandwidth. Bandwidth is not as free as people make it out to seem. That's weird. The protocol version is possibly null. Is this true? It is not true. This is not possibly null. We know it's not possibly null because we assign it right here. see here. All right, let's see. Boost productivity? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, in the old days, when I was a teenager, you'd get on the phone with somebody and you might just leave the line open. I think you see this I think it was even more common in the 80s. You see it in 80s movies like Goonies and, was it 16 Candles? Maybe even older movies, but you know, you see that when local calls were free, but we hadn't yet gotten to cell phones or anything. Okay, this is fair. So actually, that one is wrong. This is so confusing. Oh. Yeah. Okay. It'll be socially stimulating. There is something about just leaving a line open. But then there's also something about picking your nose, forgetting that some tab on your computer has a line open. It's easier with a physical device where you have the constant reminder. I mean, I pick my nose, but I tell y'all I'm doing it. You know, it's no secret. We're all friends here. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see, string or... Let's see here. Ah. Okay. There we go. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm almost done with the type checks here. I think I missed one somewhere, but I don't know where. Apparently here. Okay, everything's still passing. Interesting. Okay. Let me see what this looks like. Oh, I still don't have that fully documented. Alright, so there's a few things I need to do here. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this looks a little more manageable. It was crazy. If yeah, I think as long as this passes, I'll just finish up the documentation from here. Leave the types unchecked for now. Okay, what happened there? Okay, accepted. There we go. Where's the DSC, baby? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, that's no bueno. Our DSS message isn't any good anymore. Let's see. Oh no. Yeah, CoinJoin. Makes transactions more anonymous, maybe. I don't know. Okay. It's it's kind of complicated. I don't really think that it does what people think it does. No, none of the transactions are anonymous because they're all published on the blockchain. Okay, so something has gone a little bit terribly wrong. So somehow it stopped working. I don't think this is a huge deal, but it's not one that I really wanted to face right now. I thought everything was kind of good to go. I have two thoughts. All right, sig hash type anyone can pay. So that did work recently. Okay, so I think what's going wrong. I'm gonna try just changing the sig hash type. Just sig hash all. I think there might be a possibility of the sig hash type getting mixed up. So let's try this. Dang it, I was trying to test all along the way to make sure that exactly this didn't happen. But alas, here we are. All right, DSS. Yeah. So something is a bit wrong. And dang it. Let's see, can I go back? The furthest I can go back is right then, or is there further? Let's see if I can get a last working here. Okay, here we go. Okay. So if this doesn't work, then we know that it has to do with a change in dash TX, which I thought I tested all those changes. If this does work, then we just take the top of this and we add it over what we have. All right, there's DSS. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that makes me think that it might be that dash TX, something went wrong with dash TX. Okay, let's try this. Because, yeah, we should have gotten that sweet, sweet success. Okay, so no change. That makes me think that it may be... Okay, let's try this. If that works, then I'm just going to unpublish the other version and hold it off for later because there's something that I missed. Because I thought that I'd tested each version as I was making the changes. TSS. Okay, it's also possible, however unlikely, that we've run out of blocks to mine or something. Verified. I also may not be printing with what I changed, and maybe I'm not printing. Let's see. Skipping env, valid sig, processed, published. All right, I'm going to try this again. All right, something's going wrong. Okay, there we go. Okay. Got logs going. As soon as they actually get going, I should see this in the other window. And I should see... Yeah, where did it go sideways? Where's my sweet, sweet success? See, the sweet, sweet success should be right there. What have I done? Everything was working. Do the cleanup. Stops working. What do I do? Aha! Nope, never mind. Second most said statement in software development. What's the first most then? Okay, so logs are not coming up anymore. That's not great. I was just about to go to bed. It's right at the cusp of it. Let me make sure this thing has plenty of CPU and all that. Because it's not bringing up the logs anymore. Everything's broken. Situation normal. Oh, the boot disk is also full. Okay. Alright. Let me change a lot of resources here. Okay. We're going to give more cores. More CPU time. We're going to give it another 50 gigs of storage, 20 gigs of storage. 20 gigs. We'll start with 20 gigs. Alright. I don't think I actually changed any of the code. I just added some comments since the last working test. I did generate a bunch of blocks, though. I wish I could get into the logs to see what's going on. So the good news, it seems at least, is that this test passes. Because this is the thing that wasn't working before. That code changes fixed it. And, you know, since the logs aren't coming up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just reboot the machine. Because I think that it may have just happened to reach its end by me doing that generate of 1,000 blocks. That may have caused it to get into a weird state. because it's been running for a while. Can't stay on the stream. Have to finish strong. Okay, well, I'll do my best. Alright, looks like might be back up. Lots of CPU usage, lots of RAM usage. I don't know what else to do here. I can throw some more CPUs at it. Give it a good 24. Give it a good 10 or 15 seconds to update. All right, there we go. More CPUs. Seems like it's got all the CPUs it can handle. But it's not showing me any logs. Yeah, it may have gotten into a bad state from running out of disk space. You know, because that happened before. It ran out of disk space, and I never was able to recover it. All right, well, I've got one more idea, which is to just nuke it. Let's see. Oh, logs came up. And then it shut down. Okay. So I'm going to do this then. I'm going to see if we can just reset everything. And then it's going to be a little obnoxious because we have to generate blocks to let coins mature, but we can do that. We have the technology. And the tests are passing, which means that messages that have, like, we're getting the right data back. All right, there we go. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Okay, yeah. So something had gone wrong. So I don't think that it's a problem with the code. I think it's that while I was running these again after the disks filling up for a week and, you know, whatever, I think it just got to an unstable state because it's not coming back up. The disk wasn't completely maxed out, but it was maxed out to the point where usually at either 5% or 10% free space, things start failing. And it was maxed out to that point. There was less than 10% space left. All right, let's see what's happening to disk size. Disk size is going down, 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 down. CPU usage is going down. Memory usage is going down. So it looks like the reset might be working. CPU's going back up a little bit. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. See what happens if we start it. Maybe we get lucky. Oh, it's going to be a pain in the butt, but at least we know how to mature the blocks quickly. Oh no. Everything's broken. All right, let's try again. Local 3 just doesn't want to come up, huh? CPU's not pegged at all. And, you know, there's a ton more. MEM's not pegged. Nothing really seems pegged. All right. Okay. Okay, it started. Good. I was going to say, I'll just have to set up another instance. All right, so no demo foo. No demo bar. What? What is that about? Oh, probably the number didn't go in right. Because it's... Yeah. Probably undefined or something like that. Because of... blocks not being mature yet. Because it's got to... Yeah, it's got to build up the minimum height. Here, let me run generate blocks. Oh, okay, that's weird. Okay. $4.39. Let me go check that out real quick. Oh. Interesting. That seems like... Okay. Fail undefined. All right, there we go. Okay, so we're back to the good old errors we're used to. Transaction mempool conflict. Okay, no big deal. Oh, darn. Oh, let's, we need to advance this more. Okay, so this might be failing because there might be too much dash on each coin. I may have to adjust the value. Yeah, wallet balance. Okay, so what's the problem here? Okay. All right, there we go. Let's see if I can figure out which of these. All right, DSQ. Coin join. Okay, so these logs are coming up much simpler now. They're much faster. Oh. Okay, so logs that have the 3 in them, logs that have the 9 in them, logs that have the A in them. There we go. I don't know exactly what went wrong there, but I chose an Evo node. Make sure that their chosen Evo nodes are the same. Well, I guess I need to... Okay. Oh, thank goodness. Huh. All right, so... Oh, got scared for nothing. It was not a problem with the code. It was a problem with the reg test because the disk space had happened to go below the 10% threshold while I was in the middle of doing this because I generated 1,000 blocks, most likely. I think that's probably what tipped it over the edge. Well, I mean, it was probably just happenstantially getting really close anyway. Okay, but the good news is that nothing's majorly effed. Alright, so again. Alright. I can trust the tests more than I can trust the reg test.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success.
All right, so let's get a couple things that weren't working. Okay. Here, let me go check this. Scaring the jeebies out of me like that. Okay. Oh. Do I have that in here? Okay. Whoops. What was that Docker command? All right. Uncorrelatable. Is that right? Or is it incorrelatable? Looks like I spelled it right. Okay. Uh-oh. There we go. Mm. Whatever. Okay. So. Install. Run the demo. Troubleshooting. All right. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, hash and sign all. And what else? I have barely enough dot address. No. And then what else? Chosen Evo node. Yeah, we'll leave it. Okay, so initial doc. Okay, so one more thing we need to do here. Let's do a little link back action. All right. Oh, get rid of those dev dependencies too. Okay. All right, here we go. And we're done. All right, that's it. All right. Let's see, where were we at? $60. Oh, you know what? It's not just the blockchain, it's the Docker logs as well. The Docker logs cumulatively get longer and longer and longer and longer, whether you're looking at them or not. Okay. That makes some sort of sense. All right. I'm going to take its resources right on down back to 6 CPUs at 60%. I'll leave the memory up for now. Oh, wait. I did need one of those. I need to make... There we go. And that very well could be... And that might be the last of that. We'll see. All right. Well. Blank space, baby. I'll write your name. Adios.